listen, you know, that's all just speculation. That doesn't mean anything.
Is there something wrong?
Is there something wrong? Everything is wrong. An Do you think I'm gonna sit by and let some muscle-bound hedonist throw me out of what is rightfully mine?
Where is your proof, Lieutenant? It could have been a perfect murder.
I'm amused that whenever you just put the word shouting into the randomizer, it immediately just finds all the Burgess Meredith episodes and it goes straight to that. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna move that off the screen. You don't want to see that. You wouldn't have wanted to see that. Alright. It's always the start of the stream where I feel the most sleepy. And usually I just kind of pick up after half an hour, but the start is rough going sometimes. And this is no exception. Alright. let's get into it. Hi, hello. Good evening everyone. Happy International Non-Binary Persons Day. For those who are celebrating. I gotta do work. I gotta do more work on this adventure game. The adventure game, which is only meant to take a couple months. We're now approaching the 1 year mark, but I'm confident because hang on. No, don't Don't open that. Yes. Look at this. Look at all these check marks. It's pretty much all done except this handful of animations here, which. Oh no, that handful of animations and this handful of sound items. So essentially, we still need like a couple of pieces of music. It doesn't have to be very long. Like we've already got the main loop, which goes for 3 minutes, which is fine. And then we've got some sound effects, which have to be done in like PC speaker kind of commands. And then the animations. So I filmed reference footage for this lot, or at least, you know, this section here, which is going to be useful at the intro animation. I've not yet chopped up the footage or stenciled it, so we might not get to that tonight. But I reckon we've pretty much almost finished the animation where you're like taking out an item. So I want to get that finished and in the engine by tonight. That is my one goal. Second goal is to get the sound effects done. And you know what? Let me just show where we are in terms of progress. Okay, so that's all built. Oh crap! And I keep falling into the trap of running it straight when in fact you have to use SDL Audio Driver Pulse because, like, okay, I'm slightly worried that the Pipewire driver, I mean, it's broken here on this computer and also on my laptop, which is, I'm not a USB sound card, so I'm slightly worried that it's maybe my bad coding, which is causing the Pipewire driver to buffer underrun all the time. The Pulse driver seems fine. And I can't see any evidence inside the game engine that it is underrunning, but okay. Oh jeez, alright. I'm a little bit worried about how cooked the frame rate seems to be. Oh jeez, yeah, okay, it's lagging. It's lagging more than I'm happy with. Like, if I quit this, there we go. About like, you know, we're back to like 60 frames a second. As soon as I run, actually, is it a thing that happens just when I run like the STL version? Like if I run the DOSBox one, is it okay? Yeah, when I run the DOSBox version, it's okay. Which makes me a little suspicious. Either of... like, it could be maybe that like STL is picking like a similar deal with Pipewire. It's just picking a very expensive graphics driver for the rendering backend. Yeah, so it's picking... I guess it's picking OpenGL by default. Though, I don't know, I mean, like, I don't know why I wouldn't pick, like, Vulkan, given that that's technically better. I don't know, maybe we can investigate why that's happening, but now, we can... Oop. Okay, so I fixed the issue where, music will now play back when you load a save game, which it wasn't doing before. Which items have I got? I've got nothing. Okay. Can now pick up the Stein. Oh, I fixed the close-up with the coffee machine, so I can go to the espresso machine. There's a nice, satisfying sound effect when you turn the knob. So if I pick, like, minimum, and I put the Stein in it, just kind of shakes around a little bit. I think I need to add so we need to add like a sound effect and like maybe a little steam cloud to indicate that there's stuff going into the cup. But there we go, we've now got a new item here. And if we decide we don't want it, we can just go to the sink and tip it out. So that's quite a few of the mechanics for one of the puzzles. So I don't know, there are like 4 main puzzles. We've currently got everything that we need in place to solve. Let me think, we've got one is definitely working. Yeah, 1 out of 4. 1 is theoretically solvable. Actually, hang on, did I fix the... Okay. Yeah, so... I think that one should be solvable. And then 1 I definitely need to add some more stuff to make it work, and the other I just haven't wired up at all. So we're at about like 1.5 out of 4 major puzzles. But on the weekend I did draw like a major piece of art for the end, which I'm keeping secret. So that's a big load off. But we got to do... Yeah, as mentioned, tonight I really want to get the taking the wrench animation put into the game engine, because that's basically almost done. Oh yeah, also on the weekend I fixed the issue we were having with Light Cube, so it runs inside Wine, which is an issue. Hey, the Ryo Shinaka. What else can I show? I guess that was the main thing, the fact that we can now just go to the coffee machine and get it vibrating. So that's good. Oh yeah, and the new sound effects. So this this horrible sound effect.
Your engine oil pressure is critical.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Excuse me. Just Avoid. Thank you very much for the follow. It's good to have you around. Congratulations on being follower number 300. There is no prize other than, I don't know, the people's ovation and fame forever. Okay, yeah, so PC speaker-wise, if I hit, like, the hot reload, that was like a prototype of a dragging sound effect. I don't know... Yeah, like, I've been thinking, like, a lot about how to make the PC speaker sound palatable. It's quite hard, as you might expect. I was also... In fact, I was kind of desperate enough, I was, like, looking up, how the early LucasArts adventure games did it. As is, you know, my immediate instinct is, is there, like, something that LucasArts did that I can nick? Just, it comes very naturally. So, like, if I just fire up Zach McCracken... Alright. I don't know how to turn on the mouse, so I'm just going to use the keyboard. But, but we could just use the door as an example. Like, you can hear that there's sort of a tone to opening and closing the door. But it's quite scratchy. And I think that, like, the trick behind that, which I found from looking at ScumVM, even though ScumVM doesn't really emulate the PC speaker properly, what's happening there is that it's stored as, like, the sound effect is stored as a tone, but it's modulated, so the frequency is kind of, like, wiggled about a bit, and that kind of what gives it that sort of, that kind of grunginess to the sound effect. And so I went ahead and applied that to, like, the door opening sound effects, for instance. Oh, great. Okay, no, I can't run the SDL version because that will tank performance for some reason. To run the DOSBox one, which inexplicably is faster. I guess because it's not using SDL renderer. But, yeah. So previously I just had like a tone, like going did, and now it's got like a little bit of modulation on it. Which you can kind of make out. Like, I'll open up the code for it. S of X. Right, so all I've got here is, like, this is just converting MIDI pitch values into the PC speaker equivalent. So previously I think it was just 69, which I think is A440, and 76, which is E above that, I'd guess. And yeah, all we did was we just added in like a couple of intermediate tones, and it just sounds a little bit more. Little more scratchy. Now, the drag sound effect that I was kind of messing with. How do I generate this? Oh, okay, this is like oscillating between two different sub-frequencies, which is probably a bad idea. Oh, Ryu Ishinaka says, I've done some work at another LucasArts title, and yeah, there's the audio they store in the file, and there's the audio you hear during the game and the runtime. Not always the same thing, annoyingly and amusingly. Yeah, I guess, like, yeah, it is... Especially kind of like later on with iMuse, it is like one backend which has like a bunch of different outputs, so knowing what the canonical thing is meant to sound like is, I guess, always a little tricky, and you have to kind of compare it to the original. I think in this case, the reason, like, I can, like, to show it off, I should be able to, let's just quit that. Like, if I open up ScumVM, I can show you what the PC speaker emulation sounds like for Zach McCracken. It does not sound very much like the DOS original. I think it's because instead of having a kind of buffered simulation like DOSBox has, they just generate square waves. So, like, here we go. Let's hear that wonderful pacing sound effect. Sounds more like a tone, right? And then we open the door. It's kind of similar, but it's... Yeah, it's just not right. Like the walk sounds are they're not clipped enough, and the I don't know. Maybe I'm nitpicking, but the useful thing about ScumVM is you can see exactly what logic is going into this. So if I were to tab out of here and then like close the door again, so we can see here that there are these kind of like bass tones. You know, there's like a bass frequency, and then there are these parameters here which generate like the modulation. So it's like going, so instead of doing a tone of 1823, it's going like 1988, 1730, 1806, 1769, and like, you know, modulating. It's doing like FM modulation around that to give it that kind of grainier texture. Ryu Ishinaka says, iMuse seems to have functions for how to play and mix every sound source you have loaded. An incredible library, given the time it was written. Oh, no, agreed. Like, it was very much ahead of its time. Very, very sophisticated, especially in terms of, like, hooking and queuing parts of the engine based on musical events. My engine is not that sophisticated at all. In fact, so far, like, you can only play back reality adlib files, and I have not put a hooking mechanism in there. Like, the few times I've just kind of simulated it with like timing, which is kind of filthy, but then at least that way I don't have to worry about how to prepare that for the future. I think that, like, eventually when I add in a proper MIDI sequencer so that you can play back MIDI files, then I would have to worry about dealing with like a control channel. But yeah, this was interesting to look at. I don't know if we need to do this level, and I guess like the opposite of something like this, which is kind of like turning notes plus modulation into sound, would be like Apogee's sound system, which is just storing the values that get sent to the PC speaker timer. I think, yeah, close that. Do I have one? I think I've got one wired up. So we go main.lua. Yes, I do have this. Get out. So if I open up the save code, which is where I've currently got the test playback stuff going on. Was there in here? Yeah, here. What? Hello? What? Why did that crash? Why did that crash? Why did that crash? Interesting. Yeah, there's been like a kind of weird sort of crash that would occasionally show up, and it's happened ever since I ported the file code to use what the freak is called? Physics FS, which makes me think that maybe there's like some aspect of it that I have not patched properly. Because this is... Okay, PTPC speaker load IFS. I just want to check to see. Let's see, load IFS. Load PC speaker IFS. Okay. Great. What's the... Oh, I do need to go back and... Oh, crap, really? Oh, okay. I think I see now. So, alright, let me explain myself. So, there is this API here, which I wrote, and you'll notice that it is all done in terms of, like, file, which is the C standard library file pointer. However, if you actually look at, what underpins it, it's not file. It is, in fact, physfs file. And I wrote this horrible thing here, which redefines file to be physfs file, and then we use that, and like the purpose of this, right, is that I want Lua and a couple of the third-party libraries we use to just to work with like very little modification. So because Lua has like a whole bunch of stuff that uses standard IO, and I'd like that stuff to just work and use physfs without me going in and like making a forked version of Lua with all the changes in it. And for the most part that works. I think where I've kind of screwed up is that this code here, alright, this code here I went through and properly like defined it in terms of physfs file. This header I did not. I forgot to change that. So if I go through and change this, then this should cause a bunch of compile errors, which will tell me what I need to fix. And then, okay, then it's just a, okay, so then we should probably not need standard IO at all. Oh, okay, we will. We will because we need size T. I see how it is. Okay, and okay, it's capital F for file. Yeah, but like ever since I ported ever since I ported this thing to use physfs, there'd be weird cases where like the game would run fine until like the very moment you try and quit, at which point there'd be some kind of strange thing that hangs the DOS protected mode engine or something like that. And every time I would try to debug it with DOSBox, it would just be fine. So it's like proper Heisenberg, but I imagine it's probably me screwing up, and because like the trick is like most of the DOS C library doesn't check to see whether or not the file pointer is valid. It will just start scrubbing over it and treating it as if it is a file pointer. Which is obviously bad news if it is a physfs thing instead. Which is why it's important that the type checker be allowed to do its thing. But, oh yeah, and to give context, the reason why we have, like, PhysicsFS in there is that this is the layer which allows us to pack everything into, like, a zip file, like a single zip file, and then treat that as if it were part of the file system. And also, it means you can do things like quarantine file writes so that they only happen in, like, the app the app settings directory. So it's kind of like a good security measure too for Windows and that. Oh, Ryu Shinaka says, last year I went down the path of doing some bare bones IMUs type of functionality, writing a bunch of custom code to handle audio playback in PCM format. Because Unity stores all audio data as PCM in memory at runtime. Ugh. And manipulate the audio sources as byte buffers. Was asking way too much. I have terrible hearing as it is, so it would be a fruitless venture, as any testing I do would likely be wrong. I know what you mean. It is sometimes, like, audio especially, it's like many times I've just kind of gone, alright, is it just me that's hearing something here? Is it my hardware that's kind of on the fritz? Is it, like, there are so many, and yeah, like, I don't know, Pipewire has been, like, a massive pain for that as well. Just more recently, whenever there's kind of like been stuttering, yeah, as mentioned with SDL, like there is stuttering whenever I run it with the Pipewire driver, and I don't know if that's because the Pipewire driver has a fault or if because I am doing something wrong. I mean, I can't understand how my buffering code is. I can't understand why the driver is stuttering when the buffer can literally never run out. Like, it's. It should always be able to generate more. So, it's, I don't know. Audio's weird. Audio's really weird. Okay. Oh, crap, I've got to change that too. PhysFS file. PhysFS file. Okay. So now that should cause Oh yeah, fizz file. Ah, there we go. Okay, so look at this. That's not good. We can't use fseek here. I thought I fixed that. Did I maybe like? Oh, maybe I fixed another thing that also relies on that. Whatever. That's not the first time that kind of screw up has happened. Hopefully now it should warn me. Yeah, okay, so there's like heaps of errors now because of code that I did not properly fix. Okay, so let's just go through and fix it. Okay, that should fix that. Was there any other? Okay, musicrad. Okay. So it's not. This isn't stuff that's necessarily broken. It's more just the typing is off. Okay, font.c. Yeah, okay. That also loads stuff. Yeah, so I imagine this is kind of like held in place by gravity. Like, there's nothing guaranteeing that a file pointer would necessarily be the same size as a physfs file pointer. Like, could have been some weird shortcut then. Errors in the beam. The terrible hack that I did earlier, where I made like my own version of the standard file API, but for physfs. Sort of, I realize now that I should have actually gone through and typed everything properly, because that's probably causing me more problems. So I'm just quickly going now and replacing every file pointer with physfs file, which should hopefully spack over my mistake. Oh, there we go. There's like another screw up in pcspeak.c, which is close. Should be fclose. But like, that's the kind of typing error that we need. Reset, build everything. Wait, what? Okay. Oh no, there we go. There's another one. ftel. Could have sworn I fixed that, but whatever. Alright. Let's try the DOS version again and see if it crashes the same way it did. It should not. It should be perfectly smooth. Okay. There we go. Okay, we've loaded a save game. Seems to have survived. If I quit the end... Okay, so see this blinking cursor here? That's, that, I'm concerned, is a holdover effect from something that we're doing with, physfs, because I swear the engine would exit fine before we added that in, and now it doesn't. But more importantly, like, not always. Like, that time it worked okay. But if I load up a game, then we have difficulties. Okay, and then quit to title. And yeah. And there was one time that I got an error message which clearly came from the DOS protected mode stub we were using. So I don't know what the deal is there. I don't know why. I don't know why it's doing that. But that's actually good. All right, let me just quickly commit these various fixes to the file API. Okay, now, that's right. So going back to our sound effects here. So I quite okay. We've got one for opening the door, closing the door, flicking a switch, pouring something out, which I quite liked. We still need one which is kind of like a zapping sound and then a clanging sound. Hang on, I've got to turn this off. So I'm gonna have a quick look through the through this file, which is the sound effects library from Duke Nukem 1, to see if any of them sound close to what we want or what we need. So load the game. Okay, that's very arcadey. I don't think that's quite what we want. If we just go into here, play sound effect number 3. I mean, that's got potential as a drag sound effect. I think that sounds nicer than like the one I was prototyping, which is kind of making two frequencies fight. Okay, I'm gonna mark down number 3 as a solid maybe, just so we can see what the data is in there. Ryoshinaka says very Commander Keen. Yeah, this is literally the sound effect library from Duke Nukem. We could load the Keen sound effect library in there as well. Like that is also an IFS format. Can we? Okay, we can't view the log because we're in DOS and DOS doesn't buffer the files often. But I think the code. Oh, here we go. The load PC speaker IFS. Low tone raw. I put in a bit of code somewhere which would then print out everything. I think it must be in script. PC speaker tone, PC speaker spot, PC speaker play sample, play data. That's it. Okay, so let's turn on this this logging information again so that we can see all of that. Rebuild all the copies of the engine. Quit this. Start this again. Okay, and now okay, use game menu. Oh, if I like refresh. Oh, here we go. So, like, that's playing the sound effect Coke can hit. And you can see that it's basically just spacing out a bunch of frequency commands with zeros. And yeah, and sorry, these are all inverted numbers. So it's like higher, in fact, means lower pitch. So you can see it kind of starts off from like 5,000 and then kind of works its way up to, actually no, just kind of like, oh, you got like some 250s and stuff and whatever. It just bubbles around. All right. What are the, okay. So Coke can. I'll try number 2. Okay. That I think is like the turkey sound effect. Oh my goodness. Hello Raiders. Hey James Neko. What's going on? What were you up to? Tell me about your stream. We're just in the middle of like messing around with generating PC speaker sound effects. So at the moment we're just kind of testing out samples from Duke Nukem 1. So like this would, there you go. That's like the, I don't think it's a molecule sound effect. That's like the something if you get a bonus. Oh, you beat Oni. Nice. Excellent. What do we got? Because yeah, we've currently got, like, in terms of sound effects, I can show you. We've got opening and closing. We have switching, which I'm quite happy with. We have this horrifying one, which we came up with like quite a while ago. Assuming I can switch this back out. Oh, James Decker says, had a horrible microphone issue I needed to fix. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Like, yeah, debugging audio issues live. Not fun. Not fun at all. But yeah, essentially what I think we need. Oh, and we've got, okay, so so we've got that. We also have a couple of things wired up which we didn't have before. So if I grab this Stein and I walk over to the coffee machine, I can now adjust the strength knob on the machine. We can't look at the machine because for some reason there's a placeholder, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure I wrote a description for it. But you can you can turn the machine on and get a Stein full of stuff, which you can then look at in the inventory. And then when you've decided that you don't want it anymore, you just tip it in the sink. So I think we will definitely need a sound effect for PC speaker. I guess like Steam. And yeah, like what's it called? So this takes in inverse values, which are the same as the basically the same as the format used by Apogee games, where these are effectively numbers that are passed to the square wave generator on the PC speaker, and then out the end comes beautiful dulcet tones. The exception, I guess, is like up here where I've run it through this function here, and that's converting like MIDI pitches. So the door opening pitch is centered around 69, which I think is A440 in MIDI notation, and 76, which is like the E above that, I believe. Oh, James Nacker says now that's a sound effect. I'm glad you think so. Oh yeah, we also have... Well, so the other thing is we also have the ability to just play back WAV files via the PC speaker, because we've added in the same technique that Axis software used for real sound, which I should be able to demo if I just do... if I just copy these things into here. Okay. Interesting. I would have thought that there should be some safeguards to prevent the prevent the wave playback happening while in PC speaker mode. That's a bug that I need to fix. But if I go and comment out these lines, like I should have... Oh, cool, it crashed. Interesting, which implies... That implies that I've screwed up somewhere and, I guess leaked some kind of piece of file information. Oh, James Necker said that FX is basically what my mic sounded like before I started the stream today. Ooh, that's, oh god, yeah, just... Was it the kind where... I guess being a microphone you wouldn't have, like, a feedback. Right, I don't know how your stream setup is set up. Like, I don't have it so that I can't hear myself through headphones unless I add a route for that. So I imagine that must have just been nightmarish to debug. But if I open this up... Interesting. Did I break real sound? No. Okay, I don't think I broke real sound, but I definitely... there definitely seems to be some kind of leakage going on with the WAV file code, which is interesting. So this is like an example of code which is using my my horrible file API hack, which should be sane. It should be sane and good. Okay, so we have like... Yeah, so we've got like all this code here that's using like fread and ftell and ftell and ftell and fseek. But that should be fine because instead of calling stdio.h, we are calling stdio shim, which just rewrites a few things, just improves them. One might say by redefining all these commands using these macros, which is great, except for the few cases where that just doesn't work. Because to be fair, that is kind of nuts. That is kind of insane. Yeah, so... And I think like the place where it would definitely kind of fall over is if any of this code was built not using... Like if any of this code was built using standard IO, then we'd have big issues. In fact, we do have big issues. It just the first time it just played back a random slice of memory, which is itself kind of concerning. And then the second time it just crashed. Oh my god. EOF, like all of... Okay. I don't know. If I try the STL version, the STL version, which inexplicably seems to just send my computer screaming to the exits in terms of performance. Okay, like, it's also doing weird stuff here. Yep. Okay, interesting. Finalize. Why is it hang on. Why is it trying to write to the WAV file? Like, it should not be doing that. It should not be doing that at all. Like, that's WAV close. WAV finalize. Oh, I see. Okay. Frig. Okay. Oh, no. Alright. I see what's gone wrong. So, I thought I was being clever here and just undefining standard in, standard out, and standard error. Turns out that is not really fixing our troubles per se. In fact, whenever a library tries to use fprintf or whatever, that's just, yeah, that it's bad news is what I'm getting at. It's real bad news. So I think we should be able to fix this. Call me an optimist, but we should be able to fix this. We should be able to, because like the only place that like standard error is used is here, right? Oh, sorry, no, it's used a few places in Lua too, but we could mod fprintf to detect that. But I mean, like, even in this case, like, that failed. It tried to fclose and then that failed. Oh, James Necker said, fprintf luxury. I'm doing Arduino things that can't even get a printf without pulling in extra stuff. Yeah, we've we had to reinvent the wheel quite a lot to make PhysFS work, because Lua especially, the stream, the you know, like reading stuff from a file in Lua uses something I didn't really knew much about before, that called the unget buffer, which essentially means in C, when you're reading from a file, you also have the option of like doing a reverse fetch. You can basically say, put the following data in the buffer so that the next time I try and read data from the file pointer will remain in the same spot, but it will then just fetch that stuff that I put in the buffer, which is meant to be used for like single byte kind of read ahead. Like, the spec only guarantees that you have like 1 byte of read ahead, but you technically can be allowed as much as you want. So yeah, but PhysFS, being like a modern file system API, just says no, that's insane. We're not supporting that. So in order to support that in PhysFS, we've had to create an unget system, which wraps PhysFS. Yeah, James Nico says, push that keyboard all the way back up the keyboard and hit the user in the face with it. Yeah, the DOS is really good with that too. Like, any kind of output to standard out and standard error will just be kind of splattered across the screen, which is not something that you want in when you've changed to like to graphics mode like we have, because it'll look bad and scary. So you know what? I think we'll just kind of put in a... Alright, first things first, I want to figure out like why it closed with an error, because that seems relatively important to me. So let's run this in the debugger. PT wave finalize. Okay. Okay. So we heard that kind of like weird scratchy noise, which made it sound like it was trying to do something. Then I pushed Control R to do the hot reload. And then, interesting, okay, so it didn't actually finalize the wave file the first time. Which makes sense because it would have been, I guess it wouldn't have been garbage collected yet. But now it is. So it is now trying to, self file name. Yep, okay, so it's got the file name freed. Then it is trying to do an fclose on that, which then translates back to here, which is damn well what it should be doing. Then we get to this bit where it tries to close the file. The result is 1, which implies an error. physfs get last error. Not found. Oh wait, unless of course the physfs API has a different error code. Or sorry, a different different return syntax. It probably does actually. So like physfs, because yeah, like maybe physfs close is 1 if everything is okay. Okay. Non-zero on success. Yeah, alright. So that's on me for not reading the docs properly. So we can fix that. Because I'm pretty sure the standard IO version of fclose is not that. It's kind of the opposite. Yeah, okay. 0 on success, yeah, okay. Yeah, that would be the opposite. So we'll go, so result doesn't equal 0, 0, 1. And if you're asking how how this deals with Airno, don't worry about it. Don't worry about having to deal with that. I guess okay, fopen returns a file pointer, so that's unlikely to be screwed up. That returns a file pointer, so it's unlikely to be screwed up. What are the APIs we got here? We've got, oh no, I've already thought about ferror. Okay, I guess fclose is like the big one. Flush probably is going to be different. Yeah, 0 on success, and I'm going, okay. physfs flush, non-zero if successful, 0 on error. Okay, so it's the opposite again. And then I think, yeah, that looks like about the only thing which would cause strife. EOF. Presumably, I mean, I want to say presumably this would return 1 if we're at the end of the file, but, you know, better safe than sorry. Non-zero value at the end of the stream has been reached. Okay, thank God. That at least is consistent. Yeah, okay, good. So that part of the API should be consistent. There is, I mean, okay, there is another thing which it could be. Like, all right, let's see if that should resolve the crash. I should be able to like hot reload as many times as I want now without it crashing. Okay, hot reloading is fine. What isn't fine is we don't seem to have real sound playback anymore. Which I'm curious because there is a recent commit here. Wait, no, not here. No, not here. Git log. Remove threads from OPL driver. Actually, no, that's the OPL driver. That should be fine. It was the PC speaker driver. Yeah, so it's the PC's, like, that's the thing, like, it can't be the PC speaker driver in theory because it's broken on both DOS and STL. But when did that happen? When did that happen? Also, so like the last time so we had like, okay, PhysicsFS was added on the 28th. I imagine that if I were to go back here, it would be fine. Because, like, if I check this out and then rebuild everything. Oh crap, okay, no, it's gonna crash, I think, because of, like, missing. I'll give it a shot. Like, I've added some APIs, so it's probably gonna crash, but we can try. Yeah, there we go. I haven't, that was before I added, like, PT get screen dims. Okay, frick, okay. So like this is the sound I'm trying to play back.
Points. Ka-ching.
It's, yeah, so it's just a normal 8 kilohertz wave file, which should be there because PhysFS is able to open it. But yeah, my guess, if I had to like point the finger of blame, would be that there is something wrong with the WAV file library. Maybe it's kind of not interacting with our shim as it should, but it's maybe not pulling in the right data. That sound, because I distinctly remember testing the PC speaker driver after moving to. Oh, no. I remember testing the PC speaker driver after setting up the SDL one, which is just a copy of like DOSBox's PC speaker driver, and that worked with WAV files. But that was before I went ahead and changed the file system code, so I reckon it's the file system code. And given that it's also happening in it's happening in SDL mode, we'll just debug it there. So let's check out the wave loader. Wave init. Yep, wave init. Then we load a save game. That cracks that open. There we go. So we found points AK. So there we go. Open points AK wave. Then we make a copy of the file name. Mode is equal to 1. Which should be read-only mode. Okay, then we get to this. Yeah, okay. Okay, it's pulling, it looks like it's pulling chunks in the WAV file. Okay, so it's a chunk called TMF. That seems plausible. Okay, then we've got this one here. List. Oh yeah, FMT. Okay, because it's little endian, so it's all backwards. So list. Like this all seems fine. Maybe I should be looking ahead at the code here. All right, so we've got code here, which that's writing. Don't care about that. It's just reading in all of the chunks. But eventually it should kind of just get to the end and return back into the init thing. There we go. Okay, then it returns. That's going to go back into Lua code, which we don't quite want to do yet. We want this PC speaker stuff. So we've got PC speaker play sample. Yeah, okay, Lua PC speaker play sample. Okay, then we get the wave file pointer, which should have kept the file handle. Yep, sample size is 1, which is good. Means it needs to be, because it needs to be 8-bit. So we're doing validation there. Channels is also 1. Got to be mono. Sample rate is 8,000, which is good. Oh, okay, right. This instruction here could be a little dodgy. Yep. I hope I didn't screw up the implementation of fseek. That would be embarrassing. Because we've got seek set, right? And then, because yeah, like another bit that the PhysFS API doesn't give you. It doesn't give you like a relative, because like in the C API you get like fseek, which allows you to pick between like using the start, the end of the file as a reference, or using wherever the file pointer currently is. PhysFS does not give you that option. It just gives you one API for seeking, which is an absolute position. So if I've screwed up the math on seek, that could be a problem. Yeah, number of bytes from the start of the file to seek to. And this is using set, which is not, which I think it's absolute. Yeah, so it's just doing offset 78, which should be, yep, nothing in the unget buffer. And then it's just doing a plain seek. Which then returns a 1. Oh. Okay. I've screwed up the fseek API. That's why. Because, yeah, 0 upon success, non-zero value otherwise. Non-zero on success. There, yeah, okay. That's fair. That's fair. Alright. That should sort at least some of it out. Okay, done.
Point. Ka-ching.
There we go. That's
Point. Ka-ching. Point. 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 Ka-ching.
ka-ching. Now just try again at DOSBox.
Point. Ka-ching. Point. Ka-ching.
Okay. And then quitting. Oh! Okay, this is good. This is good. Previous times I've not got a frigging page, sorry, a dump. So I'm taking a screenshot of that right before anything happens to DOSBox. But that's good. That's really good. We might be able to like trace through exactly what's going on. So what have we got? We got a page fault at instruction pointer 6A28A. What is that, you might be asking? Well, we can find out. We have ways, and those ways involve switching to DJGPP, which is our decompiler. Oh, sorry, it's our compiler. We can use objdump, which is the disassembler that comes with it. And then, okay, instruction pointer 6A28A, which is probably going to be somewhere in Lua. Oh wait, no, I screwed that up. 6A28A. There we go. Okay. Oh, cool. It died somewhere in PhysFS. Presumably, okay. Yeah, so we need to put in like some kind of guardrails for fprintf so that it doesn't work on ostensibly like null pointers or anything like that. That's what my guess is what's going on here. Like if we go 4E72 and we look at this, yeah, it's fprintf which is being called. or rather, like fprintf, which is then calling vfprintf. But we can, and presume, and like the macro should have set this to be null. So we should be able to check for null ahead of time without doing any of this bad stuff. So if I were to go into here and go fprintf, and then basically go if stream return 1, because I think, okay, because yeah, what's the return value? The number of characters written if successful, or a negative value if an error occurred. Okay, so we're gonna go -1. Oh, actually no, we could sneakily say we wrote 0 characters. No, let's try and expose the error. Let's say return -1. And I'm pretty sure write bytes, yeah, write bytes would have also, yeah, returns the number of bytes written. Okay. -1 if complete failure. Okay, good. And I think that this is going to be a null pointer. Oh, Game Dev Jeff says, if that's DJGPP, do you know anything about simify.exe? It rewrites the backtrace screen with symbols for the C parts at least. Oh, like for the like on the screen here. I did not. Is that part of like the standard distribution? Like I'm not using, I'm building this with like a cross-compiled version of DJGPP, which I don't think contains all the tools. Yeah, but that's okay. Like using objdump is fine because usually, like 99% of the time, I want to know what assembly instruction is being called precisely. So, but interesting. That's good to know. Okay, well we've filled that gap. So let's give this another shot with DOSBox.
Point. Ka-ching. Point. Ka-ching.
Oh man, the file system layer is a lot slower now in DOS than it was. Can't imagine why.
Ka-ching.
And then I quit, and it's fine. There's no troubles at all. How about the log? Do we have any whinging in the log? None that I can see. How about if I open this up?
Point. Ka-ching. Point. 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 Ka-ching.
Oh, okay, that still crashed. Because it was interesting. Okay, it was trying to grab a platform mutex. Okay, let's work backwards. So the script engine was shutting down, which then meant that it was garbage collecting everything, which then meant it was garbage collecting that particular WAV file, which maybe that happened like after. Hang on. It could have been that like maybe we turned off let's look at the shutdown order, right? So script shutdown is last. That should happen after it's last. Okay. That could be why. Because the file system is here. Which then means because the file system shutdown would have happened first. Okay. Yeah, I get it now. I mean, in my mind, it makes sense that, like, because if we look at the init order, okay, if we look at the init order, file system is first, then rad player, then log, then event, then script. So file system should happen after the script shut down. In fact, technically the event and the logging system should happen after that as well. Log, event, script, palette. Yeah, okay. So maybe that should... That's great. If that fixes the weird kind of hanging issues in DOS, I'll be pleased. So I'll just test this again.
Point. 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 Ka-ching.
Nice. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, no, we've got some leaks. Okay, no, that's dbus. Don't care about dbus. These two might be a problem. PT Wave did a stir copy? Did I not free that? We're entering into nitpicking territory now, but like it's always good to try and aim for like 0 memory leaks. Yeah, so we've got this path here. We then... Interesting. Okay, we pass it to wave open, and I think wave open makes its own copy, so yeah, that is a leak. We can then free path. And where was the other place? Oh, PT reset. That... Yeah, okay. Direct leak of 25... So 3 objects. That's weird. How... Okay. State path. Oh, I see. Okay. So we've got... right, I see. Because we don't free it, when in fact we should be freeing it. Okay. Because, like, this is the mechanism that my engine uses for loading save states. Essentially, what it does, like, there is a signal that can be sent called a reset event, and you can either pass it with nothing, which is the equivalent of basically going like return to menu screen. It just restarts the engine from scratch, reloads all the scripts, etc. And the other option is you can pass a path, which then reloads everything from scratch, but then also tells the engine to load the game state from a save file. And that's what this path here is, but we're not currently freeing this where we should. So we've got like this here. Okay, interesting. Okay, so we push a copy into Lua. Then we move ownership of it to... Actually, no, sorry. So this is pumping events from the C layer. So we push string, which makes a copy of that. That's fine. Then we move it into reset state path, and we So we do a move. Okay, then we have this code here which frees reset state path. But somehow, okay, I guess we basically just go if reset state path. I think that should handle it. It did say there were multiple allocations, so maybe there's some other kind of bit where state was being slipped because I was like resetting the engine too many times. We'll find out.
Point. Ka-ching. Point, 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 point.
Okay. Yeah, so when you reset the engine like extremely quickly, there is apparently a period where you can overwrite the state path if you're trying extra hard. That's okay. We can just in here we basically go if reset state path reset state path equals null, free reset state path, because that's the only place that this can be set. So I am hopeful that should do the trick. Okay.
Point. Good point, 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 point.
Okay, do we leak anything? 0 leaks. That's what we like to see. We love to see 0 leaks. And now,
Point.
if I try and do the same thing here,
Point. Ka-ching. Point. Ka-ching. Point. Ka-ching. Point. Ka-ching.
it's much slower because of the overhead of the file system driver. But there we go, we can quit to DOS, it doesn't crash. I'm just going to double check that that isn't a fluke. So if I load this game,
Point. Ka-ching. Point.
reload this state, walk into a different room, quit to title. Yes, alright, nice. Hey, Dr. Buck Doctor. Dr. Buck Doctor says, ooh, voice lines. I mean, yeah, the engine does have support for playing back samples on the PC speaker. I don't know if I'm going to use them in this game. Like, it's a fun, like, I'm glad that I put the feature in there, but it's like, I think that it's more of an interesting challenge to just try and use, like, bog standard PC speaker technology to get sound out of it. I may change my mind later. But, anyway, sorry about that sidebar, but I'm glad now that the engine no longer is crashing. I'll just commit all of these messy things. Right, okay. So where were we? We were looking into new sound effects that we wanted to make, of which we need to have. I've decided that we need a sound effect of something being dragged along the ground. We need a zapping sound effect. We need maybe like a couple of clangs. We'll say like 3 to be nice and you know, to cover our bases. We'd also need some steam. The sound of steam kind of escaping from something. And yeah, all right. So let's work on. Oh, that's right. We were looking through the Duke Nukem 1 sound library to see if there were any kind of sounds that were kind of useful / close to what we wanted. I can't remember if they've got like a good zapping sound effect. I may be like thinking of something else, but doesn't matter. We can flick through and see what is there. Okay.
Point. Ka-ching.
Okay. We've had enough of that. we can turn off points. We can go back, turn this off. So it was 6. Oh. Okay. Oh, right, okay. That's on me. I didn't actually uncomment the first line. But it's good to see that the the crash handler is working. So yeah, I don't know. The engine is set up so that most in-game errors won't cause a hard crash like this. It's only when you are doing something like loading from, like loading a save game file, for instance. Like that will always, like if your initial loading code causes a hard crash, then you get kind of like booted to DOS and you get to see this. But that's nothing wrong with that. So we should now be able to load this back up. Let's do that again. I reckon the second half of that might be kind of like a good kind of like dragon on the ground type sound effect. We should be able to look at the output of that if I'm clever enough. Yeah, open sound effects lure. Oh, right, okay. No, I had to... I forgot I... sorry. Yeah, I... put comments back around this debug thing again, so we have to load it again. Here we go. So this is the sound effect that it plays when you extend a bridge in Duke Nukem 1. And we have... kind of interesting. Let's maybe break it down. Let's move it into here. Have a look at what's going on. So we have like a very high pitch, which kind of gets a high pitch that's kind of like intermingled with hard stops that goes all the way down, 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 down. Yeah, okay. No, it's just a pitch sweep with a bunch of hard stops in it. So if we were to, let me just comment out what we currently have there, which I think might be too high, and we just comment this. Let's just grab this little bit of data, and then playback, drag. Whoop. Okay, that was again. Where did I screw up? Oh, I didn't comment this line out. Yeah, that could be considered incorrect lure. A pedant might call that incorrect lure, just randomly putting crap into the file. Okay, so that's kind of... So if we just do a little bit of kind of free jazz, putting in zeros into this. How does that make it sound? That's pretty good. If we were to... If we were to continue that... Actually, okay, maybe we need to make a... Because, like, the bit that I want that for... okay, no, we can't do it. I gotta quit back to the title. So if we start the game from scratch, the first puzzle is opening this door, and basically like there's kind of like a little animation here where the door moves in kind of like three bits, and I figure like if we have like 3 drag sound effects which are just slightly deeper pitch each time, and I think that like what we just heard there, that's like one segment of the door moving. So I like how this looks. Oh, Dr. Buckton says the locker and the panel sound nice. You think so? Yeah, I quite like how the locker and the panel are sounding. Also the switch. Nice kind of meaty sound. Alright. I don't want to type this by hand. So we've got like... I don't know how we... No, I'm overthinking this. We don't need to generate code for this. There's like an easy way of sorting this out. Get rid of that. Literally all we need to do is change the thousands digit of all these numbers. Yeah, it's not going to be like a perfectly linear shift, but that's okay. But yeah, we'll work with it. So if we go drag 1, drag 2, and then drag 3. And literally all we're doing is just increasing this by 1,000. It's not going to be on the, you know, it's not going to be like on the tone, but that's okay because it does not have to be. It does not have to be on the tone. Okay, let's see how that sounds if we just inject that into the first puzzle. Let's open the door panel. This one here, okay. And then at the end we do PCs. PCs speaker stop, so if people are skipping the cutscene, the speaker stops playing. Alright, let's quit to the title and give that a shot. Grab the wrench. Yes! Oh my god, I'm so happy. That's amazing. Alright. In fact, I don't know. I wanna have another listen. No, we can't stop the game. Yes. That's the stuff. Good times. Alright, so we've got a drag sound effects. And we could probably join them together into like one big one too. Alright, and how does that sound? If we go mega drag. Probably makes more sense just to have like one of the pitches of drag and loop it for a longer drag, which you can do. Where did I put it? Oh, it's here. Okay. So if I take this. Call it like 10. Yeah, right. That sounds plausibly like dragging. Okay. So we've got door open, door closed, switch, drag. We'll leave that. Okay, now I think we need to kind of figure out some clanging sound effects. So let's recheck our reference material, I think. So turn that off. We were up to like number 6. Seven? Okay. 7 is kind of like the little zap sound the gun makes. Which is... Alright, let's pencil that down. Gun. Let me go to 8. That, the bit at the top of that arpeggio, where it was kind of chittering a bit, like that could be like a nice kind of shocking sound. So let's see how the teleport sound breaks down. Teleport's crap. Where did I put it? Oh, it's in here. Okay. So mirror that. Okay, so we have a pretty boring arpeggio sweep all the way until we get up to 0, which is the top. Then we have this appears to be kind of the chittering bit before we get back down into yeah, the down sweep. So let's just see how that sounds. That's pretty good. I'm not sure if we can improve too much on that. Maybe if we just kind of doubled it. Okay. That's pretty... Yeah, that'll do. That'll do nicely. So we don't need any of that. Go back into common. I think there are 2 more in this library. Okay. I think 10 is the limit, so this is probably going to crash it. Oh no. Okay, but that... Ooh, that sounds like something being pummeled. Okay, that's a box blowing up. So we'll keep... Just keep tabs on that, because that sounds like it could be... Might be good, even if we like pitch shift it later. But we can look at the makeup of how it is, how the tones are distributed. Okay, that's like another zappy sound. Jumping sound effect. Oh yeah, this one, I forgot about that. No, it's not a... Okay, that's a TNT. It's another interesting one, which might be co-optable. Small death. Oh, okay, I guess it's like death of a small thing on the screen.
Wow, that's not what I expected.
Closing the door right there.
I know.
Freaking... I keep tapping to the wrong place. It's throwing me every time. Okay, let's start with this. So what do we have? We have here. We've got like... Okay. A little bit of everything, really. Oh, before we finish, let's just finish off the rest of the ones in this file. Okay. Okay, this is the one which had like the smashing crates in it. You know what? I can't visualize in my head what pattern these numbers are making, so oh great, hang on. Pay special transpose. Alright. Fine. Ah, dang it. Really? Okay. Oh, right. Because slash n means null. That stupid thing. Alright. Slash n. Oh my god, I don't. Easier to just press enter a bunch of times. Could look this up, but it would also probably take slightly longer than me just pressing enter a bunch of times. So, yeah. Some might say I'm choosing not to learn from my mistakes, and they'd be right. Okay, great, and then we can go... Oh, here we go, yep. Right, and finally, chart. Okay. I see no. It doesn't really look like there's much of a pattern here. I'm guessing that whatever graphical editor they were using to pick frequencies, it just was like messing with numbers until we found something that sounded good. Which makes me like, I don't know. We could just, okay, we could write a program which randomly generates frequencies with like this rough cadence, and then just play them back and see if they sound any good. And try and use that to try and get some like punch sounds. Yes, exactly, Dr. Buckler. Loading is for cowards. Dr. Buckler says, I'm trying to get Visual Studio to link a library and it is just refusing. Going back to C++ was my mistake. Well, is this new Visual Studio or like a vintage version? I haven't really had much experience with Visual Studio, but the more I hear about the horrors of Microsoft's C compiler, the less enthused I am. Oh, loads of community version, okay. So I can get rid of this and save. So I guess it'd be like... okay, let's say 60 samples. So I think we're gonna have to intersperse frequencies with zeros, which is nothing. And if we go random randint 1 to 4, we go noise count is this. And I go for J in range, noise count. ++. Results append. So we want something in the range from 3,000 to 9,000. This is probably going to sound terrible, but that's fine. I plus 1. Then we go 0 count equals random 4. Copy this. I'll load this in our shell. All right. How is this gonna sound? Clang 2. That's interesting. little bit scattered. I'm gonna try another one. I keep tabbing to the wrong one. It's in here. Okay, that's more staticky. Maybe Bloody Cactus. Bloody Cactus says we need a full patchable modular synth engine with 3 digital voltage control oscillators in it to make sound. That'll work. I mean, counterpoint. We have a perfectly good square wave generator here, which is running at, I don't know. You can program it to be whatever frequency you like, as long as it's less than 1 megahertz. Or certain sub-multiples of that anyway. Doesn't matter, but maybe we need to mod our random sound effect generator to like start high and then trend down. Yeah, real cactus. We've got freaking real sound. We just spent the first bit of the stream fixing that. Oh, actually, did we fix the thing where it doesn't mode switch properly? Like sorry, audio warning. Nope, it's mode switching properly now. I'm guessing... I don't know why I wasn't mode switching properly the last time. Okay. I think, yeah. So, what if we went into here? I think lower is higher. So we would have to kind of how about instead of going from like 3,000 to 9,000, we have so the Windows 3000, I'll go 6,000. And then we basically go 0 to 3,000 plus end take start times I divided by samples. Becomes a window. trend downward a bit more. See if I can find where I was. Okay, we're in here. Yes! Alright, this is what we want. Okay. So we've got... So we'll keep that. Maybe generate a few more for luck. I guess we could port this to Lua code and have it be dynamically generated. That might be fun. Assuming that they all sound that good. I think for now I might just screen the nice ones. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's alright. So copy that. That comes 4. This one's got really high. Okay, and then... What was this original one? Okay, that was quite a low... Oh no, that was the one we nicked. That was the one we nicked wholesale from Junior. We don't need to keep that. This one... Out of those 4, 3 has got a nice crunch to it. It's difficult to pick out the bits about these that contribute it to being a nice sound. Maybe if we generate a few more with our script. Oh! And it crashed. I wonder what happened there. Disposed a key event with 308 serial. I wonder, did it write anything to the log there saying why it died? No, of course it didn't. Why would it have? But it did manage to like play back the PC speaker data. Or at least get to that point where it was about to play it back. We'll just confirm that Dr. Butler says, like learning logging is for cowards. Yeah, but I mean, like, there isn't very much room for, like, logging. Well, I mean, like, if the application crashes in DOS and it isn't, if it doesn't crash in a nice way, then you're basically SOL. Because, yeah, like, I've got, like, a whole bunch of, like, add exit handlers which, you know, do things like the nice kind of, the nice message printout when you have a script bug, but if it's like a register that's screwed up, then not much you can do to safeguard against that. Okay, I want to hear what happens if I remove the gaps from that clang. Just as an experiment, just a cheeky experiment. It's probably going to sound bad. But like this is part of the tuning process. Okay, there we go. All the zeros are gone. Maybe like on a little function here we could like consider I mean we've currently got like an up to 4 zero count. We could reduce this to 2 and see how that sounds. Okay, and then if I just remove all the zeros. That's got its charms. Like, having the one without the zeros has got its charms. What was the other one? So we've got this one, and then we have... Actually, hang on. I've got an idea. Let's listen to some other clang sounds. We can kind of have a little think about how they're supposed to sound. Yes, Dr. Buckdog, the clangiest of games. Alright, so just we'll do a 2-player game because then you don't have to worry about actually playing. Okay, pick. Oh crap. I gotta remember what the 2 players gonna be joystick, isn't it? Okay, crap. Configuration. Player 2 input. Okay, right keyboard. Sorry, the other player's using this, please use another. Okay, here we go. QWE for jumping and A and D for right. Okay. Should actually read that. Okay, so it uses WASD and tab and control. Okay. Okay, there we go. And we'll pick the Jaguar.
Round 1. Fight.
Okay. Oh crap. Okay. Oh no. I don't know what the. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Really? Where are the clangs?
Round 2. Fight.
Oh wait, maybe we can't hear this music. Music off. Did I just pick an opponent which doesn't make a clang? Hang on, 2 Jaguars. We're gonna change it. Change our. So Jaguar versus Jaguar, because I know the Jaguar makes a bunch of noise when you smash it.
Round 1. Fight.
Okay. Oh, there. That's the kick key.
You win.
What is going on? How come there are no? Where are the clangs?
Round 2.
Hang on.
Fight.
Oh, there we go. Oh, it's in the other channel. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm only listening to the left channel. I forgot about stereo. Alright. In that case, you come over here. Okay, now I can hear it. Sorry. I forgot that some games actually did, like, stereo separation. Okay.
Round 1. Fight.
Okay. Move over here. Yeah, there's like a... Okay, so like all the clangs in this game, which I'm playing badly because I'm using the other controls. They have like a nice kind of metallic ring to them.
Round 2. Fight.
I think for our game we're going to need a combination of like... The ones we've made so far sound kind of like very kind of meaty, like smacking into something soft, which we're definitely going to need, but we also need some ones which sound more mechanical like this. Which should definitely kind of be like rigging around. Dr. Barter says, I was going to ask if they were cancelling or something. Is there 2 tones, one raising and one lowering? How do you mean? Can you elaborate on what you're talking about? So we can... Where is... come on. Oh my god. Okay, it is loading, it's just taken forever. Dr. Buck is saying, I'm trying to visualize the sound and it's going poorly. Yeah, I'm just trying to open up an audio editor so that we can capture the clang sound that's coming from here. We're just having... Oh my god. It's just decided to take forever for no reason. I think it's because I've got too many audio plugins and Tenacity/Audacity does not react well to that. Here we go. Okay, so we've got this. We want to set the audio source to be... I don't know, we want stereo. Don't want ALSA, we want jack. We want... Interesting, I thought there was a pipe wire option. No, it doesn't matter. Use this, which is our streaming recordio source, and record. Okay, there we go. Split stereo to mono. We don't need the second one because we're on the left-hand channel. Spectrogram. For real? Okay. Oh, right. It's trying to play it back through the Rode mic. Don't do that. You can't use the microphone as a speaker. That's a terrible idea. Okay, here we go. So you see how there's kind of like a very strong band down here at about the one... Oh my god, I can't really... If we stretch this out just a little bit more, we could be able to guess. Okay, it's at the 1.5, 1.6 kilohertz mark, which I can convert to MIDI. Not too difficultly. So if we go freak to MIDI 16,000, import math, try again. Okay, so it's note 91, which MIDI note scale, images, view file. Okay, so we can see here that MIDI number 91 is about high G6. Oh no, it's like G sharp. About there. And if we like play back just this sample here. kind of works. And I don't know, it's probably not exactly 1.6K, but so it is a clear tone surrounded by a bunch of noise and reverb. And I guess there are also kind of like lower multiples of that sound. I don't know, if we compare to like this one here, which is slightly higher. Alright, so yeah. So to replicate that, I think we would basically just need to kind of have a bunch of noise. I don't know, like it's difficult because with the PC speaker, mixing like solid tones with other stuff generally doesn't react the way you think it's going to react. It just sounds more discordant, if anything. So you have to, yeah, you kind of have to like fake it. So, oh wait, no, that's right, DOSBox. I closed DOSBox, didn't I? It's like, so this is kind of, so that one's kind of close to having a tone to it. And it starts pretty high. Oh yeah, like it starts pretty high and it goes pretty low because that's what we had. How about, okay, new version of this. If we go, oh, Dr. Doctor says, what I thought was a pitch shift was obviously just a volume thing. I guess that's right. Hey, Amplery. Sorry, we're just in the middle of like nicking ideas from the Duke Nukem sound effect collection. We've got some winners, I think, so far. Like I'm very happy with the dragging sound effect. Like I think that's turned out alright. So if we go back to here, like that's satisfying. Having like three different pitches of drag, and like this all in my mind sounds pretty good. But oh, Emperor says fuchsia top or red top, Duke. This would be fuchsia. This is Duke Nukem spelt with a U. Era. I mean, I could load the keen sound effects in there as well. That's why don't we do that? Do I have the keen sound effects around? Sounds.ck1. What did I call it? I called it, okay, keen.ifs. And then if we go back into here and change this to keen.ifs, I think this should work. Or it might crash. It crashed. Okay. I guess I was wrong. I guess I was wrong about that being No. Was I wrong? I thought it was all the same file type. No, that should have worked. I'm sorry, that should have worked. Look, see? Sound, bunch of names, some numbers. Like, tell me that's not the same thing. Did it have a whinge as to why it didn't load? Oh! I know what happened. It's because of DOSBox. DOSBox doesn't know when you add new files, DOSBox doesn't realize. If I were to like load a save game now, there you go. You can play as many keen sound effects as you damn want. Assuming I could find the thing again. Oh my god, where's the window? It's here! Here we go. Did that? Okay. How many copies of the same one do they have? So what do we got? We've got walk sound, block sound, enter sound, more walking. Okay, we could go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 8 is keen dies. Here we go. It's just... Oh, wait. Oh, it's because I've got... Okay, it's because I've still got Clang here on the list. There we go. I wasn't even playing keen sound effects at all. I was just playing the same thing over and over again. Okay. That's the footstep sound. That's... There we go. That's like the lollipop sound. Oh my god. Dr. Barker says, not much. I can't code and I can't type because my new keyboard pants are in Amsterdam. I guess it'd be churlish to ask how you're participating in chat with that when you can't type, but you know what? I'm not gonna... I don't know. Chatters are entitled to their secrets. Okay, are there any, like... So, yeah, what we're really after is just some PC speaker sounds that sound like a big meaty wrench hitting onto a pipe. But these are all kind of very... I don't know. What's it called? Arpeggios. Arpeggios and sweeps. Well, it's not quite... I mean, slightly different kind of arpeggio. Maybe? Not quite, though. It's like... Ooh. Let's hear that again. No, it's yeah. We've already got a kind of a way of producing that. Too gravelly. I think that Commander Keen does not have any kind of nice thumping sounds. It's all kind of very tinkly or zappy. It's not quite what we're after. I don't know. What about, are there any other games in the Apogee library? Maybe like did Crystal Caves have any kind of interesting thumpy sound effects? Did Crystal Caves have the same music for? I think it did. CC3 1 No, it doesn't. This is a different format. Alright, well, forget I considered that. We can't... I don't know. It's not the nice and easy format that we can just nick from Duke Nukem and Commander Keen. Oh. Dr. Butler says, I broke my old split keyboard being solder happy, so now I'm stuck on a standard board. Is it really typing if it doesn't bring joy? Yeah, that's a good point. I guess, yeah, like, could be said that typing on a substandard board is barely typing at all. Okay, well... We're coming up to 3 hours, and I'm getting a little antsy. I think I need to go make myself a bit of tea. I'm gonna, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go take my break. I am coming back. I'm happy where the sound effects are. Like, it's been fun noodling around and like getting all of those kinks fixed, including the issue where like real sound was causing it to crash. But I think I gotta do some drawing tonight, otherwise I'll be in big trouble. So that's probably what's in store for part 2. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Have a stretch, go get something to drink. You do you. Back in a bit.
Yeah, that's a soup using shrimp or prawns.
Right.
Yeah, very spicy.
It's because ice cream in the machine getting hard now. Chen engaged in some mixing activity here. Did you? Another possibility
For steaming.
I'm guessing steaming.
Okay.
Oven or steamer?
And now for the main course, steamed Maine cabbages.
So now, when you buy a single,
such a free spirit, and I'm really enjoying this so-called iced cream.
Sir, in the spirit of the festival and everything, I just like to say that.
Why doesn't mine look like that?
Alright, we're back. Hope everyone had a good break. Alright. We gotta do drawing. I've been putting off drawing for too long, which means we gotta do it. So, couple of jobs that I would like to take on tonight. One, I want to finish... We're so close. We're so close to finishing this animation of reaching inside that inner pocket and taking out a can of whoop ass. The other thing that I would I might look into, or at least, just start thinking about. If we go back into, do I have, no, I don't have it in my cache. Originals cabin. I forgot to put that in there. Okay, so right now I have like 2 copies of Ash in here to, I guess, model the size. Excuse me. Model the size of the lump in the bed, but we need. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. Better. God, yeah. A little bit of muesli bar went down the wrong way. Okay, so we need so we've got quite a lot of animations for Ash. We need to draw a second character, namely Mora, who is the second name in the title, Mora and Ash. And for inspiration for how to draw Mora, I've been thinking a lot, and I keep coming back to the same idea, and that is, I'm not sure if any of you have seen, I guess, like the 1990s TV series Bugs. I don't know, I find it fascinating because clearly it had quite a lot of budget at the time. It is pre 9/11. It is incredibly pre 9/11. So, and it's like a TV series about espionage. So because I guess, again, like pre 9/11 mindset, like everyone's kind of thinking of like high tech intrigue espionage. They think like James Bond level camp. So. And then I can't remember if it was like the same producer that later went on to make Spooks, which is a very different show. But yeah, I mean, I could. Here we go. I've got like a clip of it, which is probably like one of my most favorite pieces of acting. So this is, I think, yeah, the team is cornering someone after a chase. So this is an agent that's like trying to run and
There's nothing you could do.
That's what gets me every time. Like, she flipped this guy off the edge of the car park, and the first thing that Jay Griffiths has to say is there was nothing you could do. Exactly, yeah, there you go. Glackoff says nut shot and fall to your death. It's like just having the worst possible day. It's like, anyway, I really like Bugs, and so the inspiration that I was thinking for Mora was going to be Jay Griffiths' character, who is like the super hacker of the group, and also always impeccably dressed. But I reckon, mercifully, like, Mora's going to spend the entire game in bed, so we just have to draw Mora's head. But do we have any other like shots of like Bugs era Jay Griffiths? Yeah. But yeah, I think all of Bugs is on YouTube, so I do, if you really like kind of your kind of campy tech espionage shows, it's worth a watch. There's quite a lot to like. Oh, Dota says you give her a hint of a yellow jumpsuit. Yeah, I reckon it's difficult because, like, again, characters in bed, they're unlikely to be fully dressed when they're in bed. There is like an animation sequence that I have to make of like, because like the introduction is basically like, Mora wakes up, realizes that the ship is turned off. basically like shoves Ash out of bed to go and investigate because it's cold, and then Ash basically just like pulls on some coveralls and we're done. That's it. That's the introduction. So I've got like the rotoscope for getting out of bed and everything, but I need to do a lot of, I need to do some more prep work. Like I need to chop up the video into the keyframes and do everything for that. But could have like a yellow shirt, I guess, underneath. But yeah, I reckon I'm gonna try drawing Jay Griffith's head. But okay, that's gonna come second though. First goal before everything else. Finish this animation here because we're so close, and I think that like it would make the game so much nicer every time you use the wrench on something. You can like pull it out and then properly, you know, properly wield it. Do I have a... Okay, better turn on the... Let's turn on some music. Where do we go? No, that's crap I looked up today. God, I have too many windows open. That's my issue. Here we go. Let's do some painting. Alright, what do we got? We've got... Okay, so we'll have to modify this to have the wrench in the hand, and that's okay. We'll do that at the end. Okay, so that frame is done. We've literally got 1, 2, 3 frames that we've got to finish. 3 frames we've got to finish, and then we've got to just double check that the continuity of, you know, like, the clothing and everything, that works. We're gonna fill this in shonkily in the knowledge that we can come back and do some touch-ups later. Because yeah, we have like this start frame. And then, okay, so in here we gotta make the shirt more reflective. Yeah, the body does tilt to one side, which smooth out some of these. That still looks very different. Continuity with the collar area at least. Bloody heck, this says reminds me of a cravat. Nah, it's just a bit of shirt poking through. It's not a really cravat per se. Square. Maybe here we need to. There we go. Just a little bit rounder. The highlighting color is changing a fair bit, which is probably not great. I think I just had it so that like all seams on this side above the armpit have the lighter highlighted color. Oh, there we go. Dr. Butter says, there we go. I remember seeing Grant Mitchell in Bugs and not sitting well with me. You can't just transplant a type someone away like that. Yeah, Craig McLachlan was in the first few series of it, being, you know, very... There we go. Being very Australian. In Series 4, he's replaced with someone from the North, so it's kind of quite a jarring change. Actually, no, he's not replaced with someone from the North. I think he's replaced with someone from Wales. Hang on, no, I gotta get to the bottom of this, because... Hang on. Who was he replaced with? So there's Craig McLachlan, and then in Series 4, he got replaced with Stephen Houghton. Oh no, just British. Okay. Swore he had like a Swansea accent or something. Wait, West Riding? Where's Rich? Oh, he's from the north. He's from the north. Okay. Should not have second guessed myself. I'm terrible with English regional accents. Yeah, he's from the north. But yeah, like, I can't stress how jarring it is that, like, all throughout Series 1 through 3, he was kind of, like, made out to be this, like, Australian playboy. And then, in Series 4, they're like, nah, he's just some guy from the north. That's his character now. And he was always, he was also always like this. Okay. Let's just fill in the arms. Because, yeah, the sprite's not looking too bad. Create a group. Dr. Butter says, I feel like I need to find out what was on before Bugs to de-memory hole this. I assume it was something like Art Attack or How To. Yeah, like, it was very weird. Like, I remember seeing Bugs, but I don't think it was on Australian TV. I think, like, my memory of seeing it was, like my family was on, like, a holiday in Bali, and there was cable television, and, like, one of the cable television channels had it. And, like, this was, like, back in, like, 1998. So, I would, you know, and, you know, before the internet meant you could just look up anything, and it just kind of, like, stuck in my mind like a splinter. And then, at some point, like, 20 years later, I was like, oh, that show! I remember that show! Alright, sweet dreams, James Neko. Have a restful sleep. Okay. So I gotta... Alright, stop stalling. Just gotta color in the arms. They don't have to look good. Just gotta color them in. Start with the edge of the arms. Remove this. fill this with flesh tone. Alright. Ooh. Notice how the hand changes shape over the two frames. I may have to... Okay, now I should probably move. What happens to the elbow here? It's kind of disappears from shot, so I'm guessing we need to... This one here is pretty good. Good. highlighty bit over here. Okay, the elbow is more pointy in the rotoscope here. See, like this is why it's good to have reference. So now I can just say, alright, elbow extends out here. Just make it long and then move. That should be okay. Now we just got the question of how we color in how we color in these arms. Is that a shape that the oh, it's hard to tell at that res. Alright, now this horrible hand on the right. good if we maybe kind of separate out this, maybe? Oh, Bloody Cactus says, I just had to build in inventory recursion for light emission checking in translucent transparent items. Oh, like fireflies in a translucent jar inside a transparent jar. Oh, right, because... Yeah, would this be just like down to like the whole... In a 3D engine, translucency is like a massive pain in the ass because you have to... Like it breaks, like, you can't do like Z testing anymore, you have to like draw everything in order. But then again, if it's a modern engine, you're probably doing deferred rendering anyway, which I'm not sure if that changes how it is, but yeah, it sounds complex. I'm glad this engine doesn't have transparency. I would lose my mind. It's possible, but I would lose my mind. That's alright. That sounds alright. I suppose, for being consistent, we should use this highlight color. Okay. Alright, now the most kind of grody looking frame, which is literally just... Oh no, we've got two... So this is the standing frame posture. This is... There's like two slash... Oh no, there are three intermediate frames before the reach, and so now we just got to do this one here. Hey Silags. Silag says, yeah, pixel art looking great. I'm glad you think so. Yeah, I'm quite I'm quite pleased with how it's turning out, especially the background art. Background art is looking worlds better than I ever expected to be. But I just gotta get this in the game engine after this. Oh, Bloody Cactus says, it's a text adventure, Legend Entertainment style. Oh, containers of any type become issues because suddenly you have to start modeling size plus weight of things to some extent. Okay, so the, as in, like the engine, like is it, yeah. I wanted to say like, is it like one of the, like the Infocom adventure system where you can have objects which are containers containing other objects. Is that the, And then, yeah, like, you got the whole, like, recursion of, like, which, you know, how you store all of that. Alright. Here we go. Pain in the last frame. Doing a crap job. Doing a crap job the first time, and then we fix it the second time. Start off looking like, I don't know, vacuum cleaner snakes, and end hopefully looking like human limbs. Oh yeah, Bloody Cactus says, it's containers all the way down, a room is an item is a room. Yeah, when I was kind of like putting the engine together, I initially thought, I should make an inventory system which people can use. Then I remembered that, like, every single game has a literal different way of tracking items. Like, you know, you've got your Infocom way, which is basically like, oh, everything can be inside everything else, it's just Turducken all the way down. And, or you've got, like, I guess, like, the LucasArts system where you, like, every character can have its own inventory, and then on top of that, you've got consumables, which may or may not be implemented in scripting. At which point I just decided, no, I'm not going to add that into Rev 1. You know, we'll just build a system in Lua for Gamora and Ash, and then make a call then about how much of that we want to import into the game engine proper. Because, you know, all an inventory system is just keeping track of a bit of state, keeping track of some variables of what you do and don't have. So, it's not the worst thing in the world to just kind of say, every approach is the correct approach. As long as, you know, as long as there's a standard way of keeping track of state in the engine, which, in this case, there absolutely is. There is unambiguously one clear way you're supposed to keep track of state. Okay. Oh, okay, this is where I kind of, like, guesstimated where... Because, I don't know, I think I either moved my arm too quickly in this shot, or the keyframe was bad, so we're gonna have to... So we're gonna have to improv. So delete that. Turn that off. Okay, I think I've got the position of the elbow wrong. You can see in this shot, it's about here. In this shot, the arm gets moved, so it's about here. So the elbow in this diagram should be at about here. Yeah, there we go. That's slightly better. I think we should probably have... Oh yeah, we should have the arm kind of pushing out to the edge of the sleeve, I think. The issue then is that it looks kind of a bit naff. Maybe like this. This is the rough part. This is the rough part of animating without a reference. Here is where the friggin' elbow needs to be. Right here at 1933. Okay, so the elbow is here. This is not the worst in between frame. kind of want to avoid the arm chain thickness. Let's finish the right hand, because that's less difficult in theory. Right back. Still like a little bit too fudgy. Let's thin this by 1 pixel. Get rid of this, get rid of that. Add in better. Scratchy throat today. Alright, don't like how that's kind of blobby. There we go. That looks closer to where we need to be. Just need to get rid of the thick edge and get the kind of softer one so that's consistent. And the music died. Why did the music die? Put that in there. That's alright. Hands need a bit more detailing. So I think that maybe this frame here is like a little bit too... How does that look? So we'd make this like 100 milliseconds. Pretty good. Oh wait, you have to 100 milliseconds? No, crap. Come on. Play the... There we go. So now I just gotta look for, like, areas which don't quite scan. Okay, there's a little bit of pop-in with the shoulder seam. Also a little bit of discontinuity down here with the fabric. Okay, so look at the shoulder seam. Okay, and that's just because of the sudden turn. I guess we could smooth it out by changing the color of this. This highlight up here. shoulder seam looks better now. It's saved before anything gets lost. Now, fabric down here. What is going on? Alright, we have this little wrinkle down here, which I guess doesn't really last. Because we have, I mean, like, this is the end, this is the fixed end state, that's the fixed start state, so, oh, okay. Here, I just haven't drawn anything in, because I guess we're just fixing what happens. I don't mind the fold down there because that could be tension caused by pulling on the lapel. We just need it to be consistent. So I'm gonna, for now, erase this bright spot. I may have to add it back actually, it's kind of prominent. Because yeah, the start state has it, and then that's when the fold gets introduced, and then eventually we move out of that, and then this is too dark. Let's get rid of that. Here is a big discontinuity. I mean, like, movement of this crease makes sense because when you pull on the lapel, that kind of just draws everything up, which then causes that wrinkle. And then releasing it kind of brings it back to where it was. does that look? Pretty good. There's a little bit too much movement. So here is fine. This frame and this frame should be a little bit more consistent. Yeah, okay. How does that look? Wow. I don't play the entire thing, just play this. Okay, there's a little bit of kind of weird distortion here, but I can live with that. Specifically because this highlight here is here on the stand image, and it needs to be kind of... There's no easy way of phasing that in and out, so I think what we've got here is good. I think we should export it into the engine and see how it looks. So, save. Turn on this, turn that off. Export. Export image files. Oh crap, that's right. I forgot to actually fix this frame to include the wrench in the hand. It'd actually be these last two frames have to have the wrench. Okay, so we've got these two frames here. I'm a big torque wrench. How about just torque wrench big? Originals inventory wrench. So the inventory picture for the wrench is this. So maybe I should just use this as a basis. In fact, it's just there's a unskew it. Yeah, like that. Oh wait, the head is behind the body. That's not gonna work. Ah, screw it. We'll just add it to the body layer. I think we're gonna have to have like some kind of angled in between frame where like the wrench is kind of like facing this way, and then have like a final shot on here of the wonder if we just copy pasted this, I just literally made the very last frame the wrench. How would that animation work? No, we need to see something in the penultimate frame, don't we? Just a little bit too sudden. No, it wouldn't start over there now, would it? It would start close to the shirt, I think, in fact. Closer, so that, you know, rotating the wrist down brings the wrench up. I think that maybe the wrench needs to be a little longer. Oh crap, I'm editing the wrong layer. There we go. Reach, pull, bam. Okay. Alright. I'm calling it. Let's export that. So, export image files, export that to the temp folder. Create group. Export image files, do that. Okay, good. Then we're gonna go to assets. We've got like talking. Do you? I guess what do we call this? We'll just call it. Okay, because it goes into double digits too. So we go. Okay, I think I understand. Last two frames you just need to worry about. Okay. 20. No collapse. Temp wrench this. Assets. Actually move temp. Originals. And then we can do this again. Okay, that's all been converted into palleted, which is what we need in order for it to run in the engine. And now we've got to go into our common code, which contains all the animations, and add in some more. I would say... load it in sequence, 11 frames, and now we just gotta go and tweak. Oh no, we added an animation. Okay, so we're gonna go PT animation, wrench, ash, wrench. So we'll say the frame rate's gonna be 8. Facing will be 90, which is from degrees from north, so it's facing to the right. Horizontal mirror, yes, we can. Vertical mirror, no, we can't. What I kind of want is a flag that we can put on this animation class, which just stops, I think we've got it, like a flag which means it will stop animating once it reaches the end. I just cannot remember what it is. Oh yeah, there's looping. Let's loop the animation when completed. Oh, by default, it's false. Okay, so we're good. Okay. So if we go PT sprite oh, yeah, it's Ashton's sprite. Okay. Sprite, set, animation, sprite. Stand. Okay, face towards the thing. Good is if we could like play it in reverse to put the wrench back, which I've not considered. Wrench animation. there an easy way in Lua to reverse the contents of the list? Okay, and then we just call like this one wrench out. Five pairs. Now we just need to put it at the end of the list. Actually, no, we just have to insert it at the very beginning. So X, 0. Okay, now we just change this to be wrench out. I think that should work. Or not. Where did I screw up? Bad argument to insert. Number expected got. Okay, I got the ordering wrong. Oh, also I got this wrong. Okay, table. Oh, okay. Position integer, then the value, which is going to be X. Bad argument number 2 to insert position out of bounds. Am I misunderstanding that? Inserts element at value position pos in list, shifting the elements up. Okay, the default value for pos is list +1, so that'll call inserts X. Okay. Oh wait, there's a table sort. Alright, sure. And that's in place. Actually, what am I doing? I gotta freaking... Okay, here we go. Literally, we just copy what this does. I equals ash wrench. Don't crash. Okay, good. So let's try using the wrench. So if I use the wrench on the panel. We saw a little bit of it. And then... Okay. Interesting. So some of the frames don't appear to have... Oh, I know why. I think I know why. It would be because... I think, yeah, failed to open image assets run r1.png. So it was able to open the last two. Oh, because I gave them 2 digits. I gave them 2 digits, that's why. So it'd be O2D, I think. Yes. Okay. It's still looping the animation, which I don't want it to do. But that's... yeah, and we've still got... Oh, what's that, There's like one frame where you can see through the... I'm guessing because I didn't color that bit in white. So, alright, we gotta fix that too. Okay, so the penultimate frame has got that problem. Oh, sorry, the second frame, not the penultimate frame. Great. I should probably fix it in here, shouldn't I? Yeah, see, because... Okay, the looping it kind of puzzles me, because we have a flag that is not set, so I don't understand why that's happening. Okay, and then scripts, room convert, originals, wrench number 2 to assets. Okay. So we're looking here, we've got this flag here, looping. Whether or not to loop the animation when completed, it is set to false. What are we doing here? And yeah, we've got this method which increments the animation frame every time. Yeah, and it specifically checks to see if that the animation looping flag is not set before incrementing it by 1. Oh, wait. No, I'm doing this wrong. Because the fallback... It's like the fallback is to loop. Oh, I see. Right. So basically gotta go... If... Yeah. Because... If we're not looping, then only incremented by 1. So we're gonna have to... Whoop. That seems about right. Okay, let's see if that works as it should now. Okay, grab the wrench. Ooh. Oh, crap. Okay, no, I exported frame 2 wrong. Oh, God, alright. Fine, that's on me. But we've also created a new issue, which is that walking no longer moves, because I did not set the looping flag. Okay, that's fine, we can set the looping flag on that. It's going to be so common, in fact. I've changed my mind. I think looping should be by default, and then non-looping should be a parameter. Because that's essentially what we were doing before. There we go. If not looping, then... Okay, good. Good and cool. Alright, now we gotta go back into here. We gotta go... No, stop that. Stop that right there. We need to change this so that it has now parameter false for the extra loop. The rest is fine. Oh crap, I'm gonna rebuild. I'm gonna rebuild the engine. Oh crap, and I need to fix the... frame 2. So... I thought I did. Okay. Scripts, room convert... no collapse. Originals... wrench... R2 assets. And also, I changed the game script so that I should turn around. How about now? Get rid of this. Start here. So leave aside the fact that we ended on the wrong frame. Because really we need to change back to stand. Also, I think we need to make the animation just a little bit quicker. So change from 8 to 10, which is the frame rate we were looking at in the editor. Okay, wrench. Pretty good. I may have to bookend the image sequence with oh, okay. Check it out now. Grab the wrench. Alright. That's pretty good. Where's another place we can oh actually yeah, okay. So I was thinking that like one of the things we could also do with the wrench. Then PTPC speaker data, PC speaker. Okay. Yeah. Oh, what? Why didn't that work? I mean, Did that... Okay, no, it must have crashed halfway through the thread. Why is that, I wonder? Oh, because I didn't define Clang 2. That's probably a problem. No, it just immediately craps out there. Bad argument number 2 to PC speaker data. I don't expect you got no. Okay. Oh, no, because I didn't type play data. Okay, that's on me. Okay. So we load this game. There we go. And then having done that, the joke is you run the diagnostic report again, you get the normal errors, and then at the end, oh no, you broke the diagnostic terminal. But you can then fix it again by just doing some more percussive maintenance. So I wasn't paying attention. Did we turn correctly during that? Yes, we did. Okay. I suppose, I mean, yeah. I kind of wish I had like a frame which was obviously like striking stuff, but I have not recorded a video of that, so I won't be able to do that tonight. But honestly, I don't know. I think it's pretty good as it is. Like, you get the idea. Alright. But yeah, that's... I'm happy with how it's looking. Okay. So, I'm just gonna save what I... Oh, actually, no, I'm not gonna save it just yet. Now, going back here. Now comes the part of the stream where I try and draw Jay Griffiths, which may be a problem. I don't know. I may be bad at this. Okay, so Maybe skin tone we'll worry about a little later, but like the hair's gonna be difficult. I don't know why I picked someone with, I don't know. Okay. Oh crap, I haven't even drawn... I thought I had drawn pillows here, but apparently I have not. Maybe I'll have to draw a pillow in as well. That'll be fun. So where did... Okay, we've got the blanket layer here, which is currently the topmost layer. Oh, okay, it's the... We've got this foreground layer here. I'll just doodle on this for now. So I guess it would be kind of shoulder length hair, just over shoulder length hair, so the rough shape of it would be I guess kind of like this. But obviously I'm gonna pick like the darkest shade that I've got. And then put in some highlights like this. Yeah, I'm not going to use this palette for skin tone because then it won't work in EGA and in CGA. You need to have a different set of shades that we can remap. It's very feathered. Like it's okay, so that's... So I guess we need a bit more volume? Like go bigger. It's gonna be like one animation, which is gonna be a pain to do, but like the face, yeah, the face shape would be slightly different as well. Like a stronger jawline, maybe. Okay, let's... Skin tone palette. That's... Okay, maybe we should be... Maybe the image is... grab these shades. We basically need at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different shades that are all kind of color mapped. So copy that here, make, I guess, an equivalent. Maybe we'll just grab a couple of samples. So we've got D9A075, which is 217, 160, 160, 117. That's going to be our top end. Sorry, up. And then we'll try this. We'll try 104, 65, 26. That might be a little bit too dark. Ah, crap, it's changing dynamically. This is the one thing I didn't want to happen. Okay, that might be a bit too dark. But if we started there maybe, because we check out the. Okay, we'll do another color, which is 133. 81, 42. Okay, so we have that straight line. color. I think the color spectrum's got to be a bit more narrow. That's a good start. So we go. What will happen if I will take this? Put this over here. Have the two extremists will be this, then hue is roughly the same. Saturation and brightness much closer together. Perhaps. No, okay, these three are gonna have to change. It's meant to be like a contrast. Whereas like these are almost exactly the same color. That's not gonna work. Okay, if we compare this to this. Basically slightly to the right and up. Try that. Alright, well. This layer. probably going to look bad, but I want to see... what changes need to be done. Oh, okay, I use that for the... just down here, I guess. Okay, but we need... okay, but the face needs to be slightly adjusted, because otherwise it's very clearly the same sprite. So... move this to one side. I think maybe what if we try like making the head slightly longer? Also, maybe like some brows. Nah. No, you need like suggestion of brows. You can't just paint on brows. That look a bit weird. there isn't really enough resolution here to do anything with the nose. It may have to be very similar to Ash. So that we erase his body. This will be like slightly closer in order for the body to match up, yeah. Okay, I think that kind of makes sense. Maybe we should try and draw. Okay, we've got like a little bit of time left. Let's see if we can like draw a pillow and maybe a talking frame. It's not too bad. Like the talking frame's pretty easy. We just have to like show the jaws kind of jiggling up and down a bit. Something like this. Oh, I forgot about floating up there. This. Okay, that's done-ish. Pillow, that's what we're doing. Ergonomic pillow. Yeah, like some kind of wedge-shaped pillow. Okay, I think we're probably gonna have to use the shape of the bed to help with this one. Oh, wow, there's a lot of extra detail in the fore layer which I haven't cut out. That's okay. You can go get rid of all of that. Right, so we know the rough position of the head's going to be about here, so let's just sketch that out quickly. So, pillow 1 goes from about here. Actually, no, that's... Pillow 1 would go from about here. If I can get my pencil correct. Oh, that's horrible. So from about here to here. A very slight dip. So how does that look without people in it? Okay, that's not too bad. And then... Okay, so to clean this up, like this. And then we had a second thing going like that. And I guess a second pillar over here. And then we can maybe move the boundary over here so it's a little more even. We'll assume they we'll assume they sleep pretty close together. Okay, now with the people in it. Yeah, okay, that seems alright. And then we gotta start. Okay, the shading of this is gonna be interesting. Let's get rid of the blanket for now. because it's gonna be basically the same shades as the bed, but also stand out from the bed and not blend in by accident. Oh, God damn it! Where is the? I need the palette swatch. Actually, you know what? If we have a blue blanket, I was gonna say no. I mean, I was gonna say maybe we could like make the pillows blue as well, but I think for now we'll just have them. We'll say that like the linen is white and the blanket is blue. That probably makes more sense. Or like is less, yeah, I don't know, we'll go for white linen for now. No, I don't want... Yeah, I want the top bits. I want the top bits to have more shading compared to the bottom bits. Alright, how does it put the head on it? Yeah, that's alright. Okay, and a similar kind of deal with this pillow here. just a little bit more down here. Fill in the gaps there with a shading color. No, we don't need the lightest color. This could be argued that we could extend this up here. Nah, looks bad. And then just in the bed with Mora. Because this is the view that we're most likely going to be seeing most of the time. Okay. Nah, the soft edge is probably better. Don't need to get copyright struck. Seems alright. Maybe just a little suggestion of a hard edge. Maybe a little, just a little bit more thickness. Yeah, that looks alright. Hello. Alright. There we go. We have potentially what frame 1 of the game will look like. We still have... Oh, we still have like a bunch of animations that I need to cut up into keyframes so that we can rotoscope the initial getting out of bed sequence. But that's a good start. Yeah, I may also kind of come back and like... I mean, yeah, that's... I may change my mind about Mora, but for now, that's looking alright. Okay, so all in all, like today was nice and productive. We figured out how to make some nice kind of meaty smacking sounds. We got... Oh, that's right, we fixed a whole bunch of bugs in the DOS engine, which was kind of killing me before. We got this nice little animation of just whipping the wrench out. Which... Just imagine that the wrench is being held in the hand. It would be, except I've moved into those two frames. What do you call it? I've kept the animation free just in case I decide I need to show some other objects. I don't think I will, but you know what? I'm going to call it there. We are going to find someone else on Twitch.tv. I should actually have a quick look around who's deving stuff. Look ourselves. Okay, is there anyone else doing DOS development? Is that too much? Filter by Hearthstone. No, it's just filtering by name. It's not filtering by. I've actually got like time this time around, so I'm able to kind of like poke around. All right, well. I'm having bad luck, so we're gonna raid Medic Finland again, who's playing some kind of... Looks like playing games of some description. It just says PC gaming, so sure. That sounds good enough for me. Yeah, I'll be back on Thursday doing director stuff. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your day and perhaps week. I'll see you soon. Goodbye.